Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys all very much for being here today. Dustin, Towan, Mendy, Oscar, Undead Adam, Buffalo Bill, Monica, Alexander, Lael, welcome guys. Thank you all very much, hope you're all doing good on this Monday. Happy Monday to everybody. We're back in the wetlands because we still have some stuff to do here, surprisingly. Level 26, level 28, level 29. We just have to grab the box for this one. Buffalo Bill, 27 months, man. That is a crazy long time. Thank you so much for all the support. Whitney, good afternoon and welcome to the stream. Mike, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Has it been cool in Michigan? Yeah, for the past 3 days it has been pretty cool. But it's gonna heat back up. So, we had some cooler temps, and now we're gonna have another week of unseasonably warm temps, and then it seems to settle still well above average. It's, yeah, it's still too hot for me for September, so... Like, if I get outside in the mornings, it's okay, and if I get outside, like, closer to sunset, it's okay. But, like, anytime in the middle of the day, it's still too hot. Patrick, good afternoon. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Alright, so yeah, this time we have to actually loot the snuff box. We came out here before, I killed a bunch of guys, and then I didn't loot the item. So we're gonna try to get that done. If we're really lucky, there will be crocolisks. We need 3 giant crocolisk skins. Pretty sure we can just sneak in, yeah, right here. And we're looking for the first mate. There he is. John, good afternoon. Drew, Bandit, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. When we can, we should try to have these heavyweight stones. Give ourselves a little bit of bonus damage. Alright, there we go. That is 6 out of 6. And now we are heading down here to go after the rest of the Dragon Maw War Banners. How is our inventory? Inventory is good. We should be good. Stranglethorn Vale today? Maybe. We have a couple things to do in Southshore, and then we have one quest to do in Arathi Highlands before I want to head to Stranglethorn. But yeah, I could see us getting to that point today, for sure. It's 3 quests in Southshore. There's the Murloc quest number 1, a Murloc quest when you go back for their heads, and then Naga quest. Oh wait, nope, Turtle Bisque. That's 4 quests. And then in Arathi Highlands, I want to do the Northfold Manor quest. So like 6 quests later, then I might be ready to go into Stranglethorn if I can't come up with anything else to do. I like putting Stranglethorn off as long as I can. It makes me feel like I'm able to get ahead of the leveling curve a little bit. Like the later I can go into Stranglethorn. Battlegrounds today. I mean, Stranglethorn might become a battleground. We might have some PvP action if we venture into Stranglethorn. Last time we were there, we got ganked 4 times, so... Where did I get this weapon? Somebody gave it to me. It was a gift. This is the Cobalt Crusher. You can find them on the auction house. It's a world drop. On this server, they're probably like anywhere from 100 to 200 gold a piece. Could be more than that, but my guess would be 100 or 200 gold. Hillsbrad is enough of a battleground? Yeah, I feel like... The thing about Southshore is that a lot of the Horde questing in Southshore is low-level questing. Like, the Horde go to Hillsbrad at, like, level 23. Is an ideal time to take a Horde character to Hillsbrad. As Alliance, you don't go there till you're, like, where I'm at right now. That's, like, almost a 10-level difference. So, yeah, like, there could be some higher-level Horde characters, like, hanging out just to PvP. But if we're just running across people playing the game, most of them are going to be lower level than us, if we're in Hillsbrad. This is Classic Era. Yep, this is an official Classic Era server called Whitemane. They have that net. Okay, I was gonna say I haven't seen them run yet. It's like every time they throw the net on us, they don't run. That time he ran, but he didn't throw the net. Karen, good evening. Welcome to the stream. Level 60, here we come. Yeah, we're making pretty good progress. I don't know what our slash plate is. Our slash plate is 2 days and 5 hours. So, like, 50 hours? Somewhere around there? There's a chest back here? I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. I wonder if I can just sneak in here. No, I can't. One does not simply sneak up to the chest. Another 150 hours to go. Yeah, pretty much. It could honestly be closer to 200 hours. It really depends on like how efficient I am and how much time we spend working on professions and other things. It's probably more likely about 200 more hours. Alright, we are actually done here. So let's skedaddle. They'll re-release Classic just about the same time that I get the 60. Yeah, that's possibly. You know what will happen, like right around the time I get the 60? Whatever the thing that is that's happening in November. Like whatever they have planned for November, that'll probably be like the time that, like, if I'm not 60, I'll probably be closing in on 60. And then they'll announce a progression fresh start server. And we'll have to immediately start over. Yeah, like that's what'll happen. I think by November I'll probably have like just hit 60 or be close to it. Could happen sooner than that, but maybe that's too conservative. I forgot to mention the blue item. That's why it didn't drop. Yeah, that's why it didn't drop a blue item. They said something about turning BRD into a retail raid. I don't know. Yeah, they might do that. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. That's not what I'm... When I say, like, November, that's not what I'm talking about, though. They're going to do something either for hardcore in November, apparently, or they're going to do something for Classic Era. Like, they're planning something. It's probably going to be a little bit bigger than putting BRD into retail. I mean, that goes to show you, like... The SOD team are really great retail developers. Like, the SOD people should go work on retail. Like, they made a raid, and then the retail team's like, oh yeah, we want that raid. We want that raid in our game. What's going on here? I don't know, he's just ignoring it. Progression servers would be amazing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. But at the same time, if they do it in November, well... I mean, it'll be fun regardless, but we'll see. If they're gonna do something in November for sure, like, we should hear about it pretty soon. I would say we should hear about it sometime in September. If they're planning like some kind of fresh start or even like a hardcore server or like anything like that. Typically they give us a couple months to know about it, you know? So yeah, we should hear something soon if that's the case. Or they'll do nothing, and we'll just wait until April, and then we'll have Mr. Pandaria Classic. That's a possibility too. Chivmo, good morning. Welcome to the stream. I think there's a follow-up to the Cursed Crew, and if there is, we're going to do that as well. There's probably a follow-up to War Banners too, actually. I think we have to go kill a named guy, or light some stuff on fire. I don't recall. Twitch isn't working right now, I'm not surprised. I can't troubleshoot it right now. I'm not doing anything different than I did the past times that we streamed to Twitch. Like, I'm not doing anything different. OBS is set up completely the same. I'm using the exact same profile. Nothing has changed. So like, I can't troubleshoot it. It's becoming one of those things that's honestly, it's feeling like it's more trouble than it's worth. Because like, there's no rhyme or reason. It also had troubles like last time we streamed. It chopped the stream up into several different VODs for some reason. Like, I just don't have the bandwidth to really like deal with it. So, yeah, I can't do anything about it right now. Yeah, it just makes no sense. And then Gurgle says it looks fine on his side. You're looking on Twitch? Yeah, I've been trying to multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube. Just because I thought it would be something like pretty simple to do to try to grow the community. But I despite like everything working most times, we just have random technical issues that affect Twitch that don't affect YouTube. Patrick, 15 months, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is a lot of support. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I have no idea why it's not transmitting to Twitch. I have no idea. Nothing has changed. Everything else is fine. Like, nothing about Restream has changed. If the key had changed, that would also be affecting YouTube, but it's not, so that's not the problem. Yep, yeah, I can't see, this is the thing. I just don't have bandwidth to troubleshoot it. It's like, it's becoming more effort than it's worth right now, and maybe more effort than it will ever be worth. Alright, yep, that's fine. Moving on.
Hello.
Moving on.
Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
What's my classic to retail ratio right now for like gameplay? Well, I played for 40 minutes yesterday, and that's the first time I played War Within since we started streaming on Whitemane. So I would say my ratio of classic to retail right now is about 98% to 2%. I think I've played about 2% War Within and 98% classic era. And I don't see that changing too much. I know it's like, it's really stupid because like, it's literally a couple of gameplay designs that like, if the gameplay design was different, I would be so much more into the new expansion. It's like, I could probably narrow it down to 3 things that if they were different, I would have gone from having a very just not fun, not exciting, not immersive, empty feeling experience to having an immersive, great vibes, like good atmosphere. I like 3 things would completely change how I feel about the expansion and my experience with it. Despite the story would always be mid. This is like outside of like how I feel about the story or the characters being boring, but just from like a gameplay perspective of like wanting to get on and play. It wouldn't take a lot. There's like 3 things that would have been different that had they designed the game a little bit differently, like it could have been I was ready to sink a lot of time into War Within. I was ready to like dump tons of time into it. Like I started up a classic era recorded series because I didn't think I would have time to stream any classic. I thought I would be streaming 100% War Within, just having a great time. And the game just isn't really set up for me to enjoy in that way. If there wasn't flying,
You need something?
if we didn't go into the expansion and into the new zones with flying,
See you around.
completely different experience. Completely different experience. That's just that one alone is so impactful on how like I enjoy an RPG. Having to like navigate on the ground, having to really like be in the zones and like navigating the zones and just like seeing the actual frickin' zones and moving through them at a speed and an altitude that does not turn the entire zone into simply a stale piece of art that doesn't feel alive in any way. Just not having flying until I finished the main campaign could have drastically altered how I feel about the War Within as a game. I could have made memories in the world and like formed a connection to the game, a connection to the zones that I didn't form the way the game is currently set up. So yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, Chivmo, I tried to make myself use ground mounts for a little bit, but what I found in my experience was that because they designed the world to be flown over, staying on the ground simply feels strange. The areas seem too wide, too big, too flat, and the mob density seems sporadic but sparse and doesn't really make it feel like a world. I often found that in like the wilderness areas, groups of mobs were far enough apart from each other that it really compelled me to want to dragon hop from pole to pole, and it almost seemed designed that way. So like just because of the way they designed for it, like I wasn't having a good time with it. I didn't get immersed even when I made myself stay on the ground. Like it didn't have a positive impact on my experience. It just felt off. I was thinking about grabbing these quests, and then I think they're just breadcrumbs actually. And now that I think about it, I think these are up here just breadcrumbs. So I think I'm gonna leave those alone. Let's go for this. Get this one done. And yeah, just by human nature, it's like it's tough to make yourself stay on the ground when everything about the game is designed for you to fly. Like everything about how the zones are made now, they're made to be flown through. And if you're not making it for me to travel through on foot, it just feels weird when I try to go do that. And yeah, I think like you'd have to stop designing zones for dragon riding, and then you'd have to restrict flying for a while. And they're never going to do that. And in my opinion, like continuing to craft like these gorgeous zones just for everyone to zip through them, and like why even bother making the zones? You know, in 10 years from now, I'm not going to be reflecting about my experiences questing in Hollowfall because like I don't remember any of it. I spent the most time in the Isle of Dorn, and like I don't have any real memories of anything happening to me there either. So yeah, my ratio of retail to classic era is probably still going to be like 95% to 5%. For like the the immediate future, maybe forever. Because I just don't get into it. It's just repetitious daily stuff. Eventually, it just gets boiled down to repetitious daily stuff. And like that would be more enjoyable had I formed a connection to those zones by like questing through them naturally. Then maybe it would be really enjoyable to do repetitious daily stuff in zones that I had formed a connection with. Maybe it wouldn't, but it could possibly. Modern Blizzard is garbage. I mean, I think it's just like, yeah. I mean, I just had to accept that they're not making games for me anymore. But like, I also have to like allow for the fact that like what I see as just kind of boring game design, repetitious, empty game design, like other people they fall in love with it still. Like other people really enjoy it, so it's like they're just not making a game for me. And so therefore there's not really a lot of time for me, there's not really a lot of reason for me to spend my time like subjecting myself to their game. Like trying to find like the slivers of it that I actually enjoy, and just feeling like the rest of the time that like, well, I'm not the audience for this because I just don't find any of this gameplay to be immersive, enjoyable, or meaningful. If vanilla came out now, I wouldn't stand a chance. People wouldn't have the attention span for it. It's so weird, like, that you say that, and it's like, that sounds so true. Like, right away, that just sounds like a true thing. Like, people wouldn't have the patience for it. People wouldn't have the dedication to it. People wouldn't have the attention span for it. But then I think about myself. And I have a very bad attention span. It's really bad. Like, I have trouble focusing on things from week to week, month to month, like stuff like that. Like, the one exception has always been working out. Like, working out I focus on that. I do it every day. Like, but I have a really crappy attention span, and yet this game is something that like I can devote hours and hours and hours of time to just sitting in front of it and playing it. So I'm not sure if that's it. Like, maybe it's a different valuation of time. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. I don't know if we'll ever know what it is, except that it's like, it could just be generational differences in how we get enjoyment out of things. Yeah, different breed of player. It's a different type of gamer, right? People, yeah, there you go. Exactly. Jason says people have patience for Elden Ring. Yeah, so I don't know if it's a patience thing. I think there is something to it. But I think maybe it's just generational differences and just a different group of gamers who have come up playing different types of games and therefore have different tastes. And I feel like this game would still be popular today, though, if they released it today. And I feel like you kind of see that because, you know, whenever they do like a hardcore fresh start or a classic fresh start or like SOD, like there's lots of hype for the game, and like new people do find their way to classic. And they don't even really like market classic to new people. There's no marketing push for classic. Like, there's not a lot of PR for classic, and people still find their way to the game. So I think if they release it today, it could be really popular. Especially in a setting where a game like Elden Ring did so well. Like, whereas traditionally, like, Souls-like games are incredibly punishing and they have a very niche audience of masochists. Like, Elden Ring was hugely popular, like, in this day and age today. And so, like, in a setting where Elden Ring, like, is successful, I feel like a game like Classic WoW should be more successful than a game like Retail that lacks a lot of those RPG elements that I think for a lot of people made Elden Ring so great. Like, I think like what the average person probably liked about Elden Ring was, like, firstly, it's freaking gorgeous. Secondly, you have this like big grand sense of exploration, a giant connected open world where every new zone looks markedly different and every zone has different flora, fauna, and enemies. So like there are a lot of like similarities between like how gameplay proceeds in Elden Ring, where you explore, you find challenges, you either rise to the challenge or you go back to a lower level area and you get stronger. I think there's a lot of similarities that point to the fact that I think Classic WoW would do really good today. And I think Classic WoW could be doing a lot better right now If Blizzard put more marketing into it and more effort into it, and tried to actually like grow it in a way that was still classic, and not spending resources on whatever they did with sod. I think I have to do something here. Because I don't think we just have a named guy up. Oh, I have to burn the catapults. Okay. It was a quest to burn something. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe the only reason why classic or why retail is as successful as it is because it grew from classic. So it grew up and it established a player base. Whereas if you just release a game today, and if that game were to look exactly like retail WoW, but with no precursor, like no 20 years of building a fan base, if you were to release retail WoW right now today, would new players want to play it? If that was it, if the game was the war within, and it just like that was what there was, and it was brand new, and it looked and felt just like modern WoW feels today, would that be a new release game that like people would actually want to go play? I don't really think so. Yeah, even current players don't seem to want to play it, but there are a lot of people who do love it. It's been a very well received expansion. Like people love it. No one has anything bad to say about it. Yeah, but in most of the games that tried to copy WoW, they didn't try to copy vanilla WoW. A lot of the copycats, like, I think about things like WildStar. I think about things like Star Wars: The Old Republic. Don't tell me it's still alive. I think about games like that, who like clearly tried to copy like what WoW was doing. And when those games were copying WoW, like we were past Cataclysm. So, like, WoW had already started at vanilla, which is what people fell in love with. And then it grew an enormous audience in the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King. Only when WoW's audience started to go down with Cataclysm, that's when a lot of the games that failed tried to copy what WoW was then. Games like WildStar, games like Star Wars: The Old Republic. Things almost, you could even maybe say Terra or Aeon. Games like that. Yeah, and I think if they had tried to instead copy vanilla WoW, they would have been more successful over time. But instead, they copied an already flawed version of the game that for a lot of people had already started to strip away the things that they loved about it. And I think that's why a lot of them failed. They weren't trying to copy like the original formula. They were copying a formula that had been adulterated over time and misuse. Eventually, I will go burn these, eventually. Lord of the Rings Online's still hanging in there, but it's not really, like... Yeah, any game that has, like, 500 people that play it, it's hanging in there, but, like... Yeah. I get what you're saying, but it's not. Alright, I think now we go after Nekrosh? Or maybe he spawns because he's angry that we burned his catapults? Or maybe we go find him. Okay, yeah, no, we just go find him. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We're gonna find out soon if a classic MMO releasing as a classic MMO is something that people want. Because in December we're gonna have Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. And Pantheon Rise of the Fallen kind of reminds me of like, it's like EverQuest. If EverQuest kind of had a fresh coat of paint. And were released today. Like, that's what Pantheon Rise of the Fallen kind of... yeah, it reminds me of EverQuest, kind of. But, like, also with some more like action bars like you'd be used to, not so much like EverQuest. And then just, like, kind of a fresh coat of paint. And so that's going to be a classic MMORPG that releases in December. It's coming to early access, so... We'll see how that goes. And we'll see, like, we'll find out then, like, do new players like a more classic style of MMO that has more exploration, harder combat, like, just more difficulty navigating the world and its dangers? Like, do people actually like that? I'm looking forward to it. Is Nekrosh an elite? Yes, it says plus, so he might be. I didn't think about that as we fought our way back here. What level of elite might he be? Yeah, right. Okay. I don't think we're gonna be able to kill a level 32 elite. Because we are level 32, it also looks like he's going to come with at least one add. Yeah, I don't know if this would be a good idea. He's rough, yeah. Yeah, he's surrounded also. Right. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily worth a spirit run. I mean, well, no, we'd res back here. Yeah, I don't think I'll do that one now. We'll hang on to it. And maybe we come back at a later point in time. I think for now we head out to the Intrepid Strongbox key. We can grab that. Yeah, if we were like maybe at like level 38 we can come back and do it. Lisa, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Speaking of coffee, semi-related to coffee, I have to go AFK for a second. I will be right back. I'm assuming I'm safe here. Yeah, I seem like I'm safe. No, it was the coffee that I'd already consumed causing me problems, not the coffee that I'm going to consume. Nope, that coffee's fine. I had just done my workout, so I had a protein shake, a bunch of water, and coffee all before I started the stream. Because I'm an irresponsible person and not professional at all. So yeah, we made it 50 minutes into the stream before I had to bio. Just too many fluids. And now to drink more fluid. I am looking forward to being in Stranglethorn and being in an area where most things are going to give kill XP. It kind of sucks like traveling a bunch through an area where everything is gray, just because there's no XP on offer. No real reason to fight everything. It's the first time you've heard someone excited to go to Stranglethorn on a PvP server. Yeah, we were there on the Warrior for a minute checking it out the other day, and it was okay. We got ganked like a handful of times, but it wasn't consistent ganking, and nobody camped our corpse, so it was an okay time. We'll see how it is. At least I'm lucky enough that I don't play during peak times. I'm sure during like evening times it's probably worse. Michael, I appreciate you saying so. Thanks for hanging out with us. Alright, how is our inventory doing? We have some junk. We could probably stop by the vendor here and empty our bags. Also, I had put up a bunch of greens on the auction house that we crafted for what I thought were reasonable prices, and none of them sold. So I'm kind of going back to vendoring greens. Because yeah, I had them up there for like 20 silver, 30 silver, like pretty low. And they're just not selling, and I can vendor them for 13 silver and just get them out of our bags, so. That's the reasoning behind that. It's just like, it's not worth it. I put them on the auction house, which takes time, and then they don't sell. Then they go into my mail. Then I gotta take them out of the mail. It's just not worth it.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, if I had an enchanter, I could disenchant the greens. Oh, man. Man. Damn. Yeah, if I had an enchanter, I could be sending them all my greens. Maybe I should just be sending them to my bank alt for now. And then, like, yeah, with the concept that I probably need to have an enchanter on this server at some point. Yeah.
See you soon.
Okay. Yep. I'll try to hold on to them and then mail them to my bank alt for now. I think that there's skill requirements for disenchanting different levels of gear, I'm pretty sure. So, like, if you were base level enchanting, like right now, you just started up an enchanter, you probably could not disenchant like level 25 greens. You'd probably have to start smaller. Tim, thank you so much, man, for the $10 super chat. You just got back from 2 weeks in Scotland, and you came home with a fresh case of the vid. I'm sorry, man. That's not what you want to have at the end of a vacation. I hope you get better soon, dude. That's rough. We had a sickness that was probably that same thing run through us like a few months back. And I spent 2 entire days just like laid up in bed, and I couldn't do anything else except lay in bed and watch Star Trek Discovery, so I know what you're going through. Thanks for hanging out, though. Is this hardcore? Absolutely not. It absolutely is not hardcore. I try not to die, but as you can see by the death counter in the bottom right, I have died 13 times. Now, to be fair, most of those times were PvP death. Only a handful of them were PvE related, but yeah, no, not a hardcore run. Yeah, I'm gonna look into the disenchanting thing. I should have a disenchanter. But you know, that's another character that I have to level up at least a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see when I feel like doing that. I also kind of want to have an alchemist. Maybe I should make, since I have a couple of herbalists, maybe I should make a character that's like my alchemist and my my enchanter. That way I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because I do need an alchemist, and I do need an enchanter, and I can just have one character that does both of those things. I could feed them herbs from other characters or just off the auction house depending on prices. Undead Adam, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Alright, now it looks like we gotta go below decks. Is this a new weapon? Yeah, this is the Cobalt Crusher. A level 29, 111 top end damage, 30.5 DPS. It's enchanted. We have a chance on hit to blast the target with like a frostbolt for like 120 damage. So yeah, we've had that on for a few levels. And we'll probably wear it for like 5 or 6 more levels before we start looking for a replacement. And I have to try to remember to keep a weight stone on it. Alright, I think we have to get like below deck. Possibly like very far below deck. Okay, yeah, I have a little bit of regret. At least this way, maybe we can kill them. Maybe we just pull them all out here, we can kill them out here. Okay, now when we were down there, I didn't see what we were looking for. I was assuming that it would be clearly marked, but maybe not. You know what? Maybe it's above us. Oh no! You know what? It's right here. I just can't see. That's it. Oh, there we go. So yeah, this will be the last of what we do here. After this, I'm going to take us to... I think we'll just go to Southshore. We'll do the Southshore stuff first, and then we'll do the one quest in Arathi Highlands. And then later this afternoon, we should be stepping into Stranglethorn.
Great to meet you. See you soon. Off with you. Watch your back.
That one goes back to Stormwind. But I think we will put a hold on that one. Tim, thanks so much, man, for the 5 gifted memberships. That is awesome of you. Very generous. Welcome to the 5 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us while we play some classic era classic.
Hey there.
Let's jump right over to Southshore. We do have the flight point, so that's awesome. Alright, we're looking for the Murloc quest. And the Turtle quest.
Can I help you?
How are you?
Maybe this guy wants to group up. There we go. Well, there have to be other players somewhere because we have lots of dead bodies. There we go. I invited him, but it doesn't look like he wants the invite. But for the record, I did invite him. That's a lot of intellect. 11 intellect and 4 spirit. It's pretty good for a random green. We grabbed that. I should keep that for my healing set. It's, you know, it's only 1 piece. But it's something.
Greetings. Have a good one. See you later.
We need the heads because his commanding officer did not believe that he had actually done the work. So then we have to go back out to get proof. Johnny, good afternoon, buddy. And yes, yes it is. The most vanilla stream that you'll find on YouTube, at least. I mean, find me a more vanilla stream that's happening on YouTube right now. Find me another stream where someone's playing classic era and it's more vanilla than this. And if you can't, then that makes this the most vanilla stream. There isn't one. Oh, so this is the most vanilla stream. That's what I thought. We might have bit off more than we can chew. I think we have it. Yeah, we're actually fine. I didn't play at all on Sunday, but I did play for a while Saturday. Let's get a little bit of mana back before we get ourselves into more trouble. Can I share the Murloc head one? Pretty sure it's a follow-up. If there is a trade goods vendor here, I should do a little bit of cooking just to get this meat out of my inventory. No trade goods vendor?
What can I do for you? See you around. Can I help you? Have a good one.
Yeah, you'd think there would be one somewhere, but I don't see him.
Hey there. See you later.
Hey there. Be careful. For the Alliance. See you later. What can I do for you? Have a good one. See you around. See you later. For the Alliance. You need something? Be careful. For the Alliance.
Oh, at some point we hit level 33, which means we have a talent point. We will do a third point in conviction. We're going to do all 5 points in this. And then we'll see what else we want. We really need some of the melee dudes to spawn in. I'm kind of hoping that they share spawn points. And that if I kill enough of the sirens, the other ones will spawn next time. A no quest campaign? That's a crazy challenge. I thought about trying that back in hardcore, but I never worked myself up to it. Yeah, we almost did a hardcore run like that. But I couldn't do it. Maybe someday. Yeah, you could potentially see a lot of drops, right? If you were just killing mobs, potentially you could get a lot of blues out of that. Or you could just have really bad luck and get nothing. But potentially a lot of items. Yeah, see, I don't even know what class I would want to try that on. I guess it would depend on whether I was doing it on hardcore, or if I was just doing it like regular. A warrior sounds like it would probably be the funnest. You know, just because you can zip from mob to mob with charge. Warrior combat's always pretty fun. Yeah, I'd probably have to try it on like an arms warrior. Chief, you were on a hunter. Yeah, the hunter would be a really fast kill rate, right? Like pretty good like DPS. And like basically zero downtime. Except for like the few times when you need to heal your pet or something. You can rely a lot on like the pet attack and auto attack. Locks would be good too. Yeah, probably. I still think I'd probably do it on a warrior. What's the philosophy when doing a run like that? Like, should you always be fighting mobs that are at level with you, or do you try to hunt mobs that are lower level? Yeah, you're right. You'd do any class quest. Yeah. You would do any class quest that you had to do, but besides that, just all mob grinding. I wonder what the best way to go about that is. It almost feels like you should always be fighting, like, yellow enemies. Preferably, you would fight in places where there aren't healers. You would probably even try to just avoid magic users as much as you could. I could have swore I saw a mining node. Maybe somebody grabbed it. Yeah, someone must... Oh, here it is, here it is. Oh, copper vein. Okay, yeah, sadly, I still need copper. It's probably still worth fighting to get to this, because I still need it. There are guides, of course there are. Yeah, it's like, yeah. I'm not surprised. There are guides on, like, everything. Somebody's already figured out the best way to do it. It sounds like it would take, like, 400 or 500 hours to get a character maxed out doing that. But I am curious. I have to believe it would be longer than questing. We are out of potions. We are almost out of mana. We are not in great shape. You make a lot of trips to empty bags. Yeah, I can imagine. I have to believe it would take at least 300 hours to do it that way. But yeah, the amount of loot you would get would probably make it pretty fun. No, there is no cheating. You would want to start with the biggest bags you could. Yeah, there would be no cheating. Like, you would be trying to do something that was kind of against the game's design, so you kind of need any advantage you can get. If you could start with 14 slot bags, then that would be the way to do it. That's the way I would do it. Yeah, if you were a hunter, you'd give up a bag to carry ammo. That would be rough. Yeah, also, I feel like if I were to do that, you'd almost have to do it on a PvE server, right? It doesn't really feel like you'd want to do that on a PvP server. Maybe it doesn't matter. But I feel like you're going to be spending so much time out in the field fighting, it just increases the chance to get ganked.
Can I help you? Have a good one. Be careful.
Well, somebody's been at the turtles. We are obviously going to have competition for that. If there's somebody out here already farming them, then we may come back and do this later. If we just can't find any turtles alive. Yeah, see, they're all going to be dead. This quest, like, only supports one person doing it at a time. It's like the Crocodile quest in the wetlands. Like, you really can't have two people doing it. Unless the respawn rate starts cranking out, which... it's probably not. See, we can kind of catch up to them here, but we're going to be competing. And then they'll probably cut back and get all the respawns at some point. We can get the quest item from any turtle. Yeah, making our way out to the Shimmering Flats is going to take some time. Like, we're gonna probably have to do that eventually, but I'm not excited to make that run. I guess we would start in Ashen Vale and then run down through the Barrens. Well, no, we could take the boat from Booty Bay to Ratchet, and then we could run through the Barrens to get to the lift. We could grab the Feralus flight point that's right there on the edge of the Thousand Needles. Like, it's definitely doable, but we'll do it at some point. Once we've been doing Stranglethorn for a bit, I'll have to run down to Booty Bay to grab a couple of low-level quests anyway, and the flight point. So, like, we'll think about Shimmering Flats later on. But we'll definitely do it. The lake around the crater also has them. I wonder why... oh yeah, it does mark it, actually. Yeah, that's an option. We'll see how this works out, and if we need to, we can go somewhere else. We can also just wait and do this later. We're not in any rush to get it done now. Perch, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with us. We gotta get this tin, but I feel like we're getting kind of close to where we might encounter Horde NPCs. Or even just like more Horde players in general. Oh, someone grabbed it. Which means like there's somebody close. Maybe it was that human that we've been competing with for turtles. Should you still get XP from killing enemies with lower level than you? Yeah, obviously. not like a lot lower than you. You have a 6 level window within which you can get experience, and the higher level you are than a mob, the less experience you get. So if you're 5 levels above a mob, it's not going to give you the same amount of XP as killing a mob at your level. But yeah, it definitely makes sense to have a scale of available XP and not to rely. Like this mob right here, like way too weak. It's a gray enemy. You're not going to get any XP out of this. But yeah, that's one of the things that makes an RPG an RPG. Is where like you can get more powerful than your environment. It gives you an edge over your environment to be a little bit of a higher level. But it doesn't take away all the reward just because you're a little bit of a higher level than the environment. It's kind of one of those core RPG things. John, we'll see you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good time at the gym. Is vanilla available with the WoW sub, and are there many players? Yes, you get it with your sub, and yes, there are a lot of players. Yep. We're playing on the Whitemane server, which is a US West PvP server. And it's a medium population, so it's got like 4,000 or 5,000 players, but also keep in mind like the Classic Era servers are in clusters. So when you're playing Classic Era, you're playing with the people on your server, but you're also connected to people on other servers. And because of that technology, it kind of always guarantees that there's other people around. But I would say definitely check out Whitemane if you're in the US, and if you're in the EU, Firemaw is the big server in the EU. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any Horde players. This is a quest you can do on the Horde side. Also wondering if I should be pulling more than one turtle at a time. just to like guarantee us some more tags on these guys. The drop rate is not being very kind to us. On top of having some competition, we've had pretty bad luck. I don't know how much further we want to go. I know, speaking of dragons, I know there's a dragon back here somewhere. Or like, sometimes there's a dragon that flies out and kind of patrols around. I don't really want to run into it. But I don't really know what its range... Oh, we're doing that. We're competing for tags. Alright, the competition is on. We are officially competing for tags. I really needed this one to die. I really needed him to die before that heal went off. That would have been ideal. It was a little greedy, but at least we didn't die. Good so far. Good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I think that's about as far as we want to go. Yeah, we've crossed into the Plague Lands. Not particularly where we want to be right now. $20 more levels, maybe. And now we have to hope for respawns. Dustin, I don't think we have to worry about it, man. I honestly think that that's like probably the last thing that would ever happen. Would be like new content for Classic that's big enough to fill like an expansion size slot. I think that like we don't even have to worry about it. That's, for better or worse, that's the probably the last thing that they'll ever do with Classic. But if they were to do that, I think it'd be fine just to charge expansion prices. If you make enough content to fill an expansion, then absolutely charge a box price for it. That's all I would expect, is if they were to ever do that, they would charge a box price for it. If it is enough content, if it's like new zones, you know, the formula. New zones, new dungeons, new raids. Like if it follows formula for an expansion, then I guess you charge for it. For a Classic expansion, how much do you charge? $49.99, I think. But then, of course, you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay $89.99, obviously, if you want 3-day early access. So I think it's pretty clear like what they would do. But yeah, but they're never gonna do that. We don't even have to sweat it. They aren't going to make that much new content for Classic, maybe ever, but definitely not like any time in the next like few years. You will see a standalone World of Warcraft Battle Royale before you see an expansion for Classic Era. You will have a standalone Plunderstorm that's, you know, not called Plunderstorm. It'll just be World of Warcraft Battle Royale. It'll have seasons. And, yeah. You'll see that first. And probably any number of other, like, experiments in different genres using, like, the current IPs. There you go. See, people like Rick are the reason why they won't do it. It wouldn't be classic if there's an expansion, exactly. And unfortunately, with the current classic team, from what they showed us with SOD, it wouldn't feel classic. So, like, I absolutely would not want the current team to work on anything like this. Because not only would it not actually be classic, the biggest problem is that, like, the content probably wouldn't feel classic. And I think more than anything else, like, you can make new content for Classic and still have it be Classic, but it has to feel just like playing in Classic feels. And to, like, understand that, the devs would actually have to play Classic. More than, like, a handful of hours. You know? To actually nail the vibe, they would have to play, like, sink substantial time into playing the game. But not only that, like, unfortunately they couldn't just play the game. They would have to play the game and like it. You know, to make good classic content for classic players, like, the devs would have to play classic a lot. But more so, they'd also have to enjoy it. Because if they don't like it, if they don't feel the way players feel, then how is it that they're ever going to make good content for the game? I mean, this is why we have SOD. Yeah, I think to see, like, if you want to see any influence Metzen's gonna have on, like, the overall direction of WoW, like, you're probably not gonna see that until, like, the end of the World Soul Saga and after that. The only hope is that, like, he has his head down working with them on a full world revamp that happens after the World Soul Saga ends. Like, that's the hope. That's the hope that I have. Is that, like, he's got his head down with, like, everybody there. And, like, they're wrapping up the final work on the final expansion, the World Soul Saga, and but really on the bigger horizon is this world revamp, and along with that, like, a systems revamp, and just maybe, like, a complete rescaling and changing of the way the game feels. That's my hope. Probably not going to happen, but that's what I would like to see. You're a new player, how can you play the old campaigns? I mean, it's basically, the old campaigns exist in the game. Look up something called Chromie Time. Look up Chromie Time. That's how you do, like, specific expansion campaigns in modern World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, the way the game is designed, like, even if you do those campaigns, you're never gonna see, like, the full story of the expansion or how everything plays out. Because there's patch content and content that gets added in the expansion while the expansion is live that in the time walking campaigns like is hard to access or doesn't exist. So unfortunately, it's not like Final Fantasy XIV, how there's like an MSQ and you can play through the whole MSQ front to back and it's a narrative that is joined together and makes sense. Like WoW expansions aren't like that. WoW expansions are kind of like standalone things that they connect in a way that, like, yeah, they're in the same world and time is passing, but there's not always like a direct connection of the narrative. Yeah, the thing to understand about Classic is like again, World of Warcraft, especially Classic versions, did not have a main story questline. Every zone that you're in has things going on in the zone, and every zone in Classic era, it tells its own story. And sometimes there are connecting threads between multiple zones, but there is no like overarching main story quest. You are not some hero on a journey to solve all the world's problems. You're just an adventurer, and you're adventuring in different zones. And there's narrative threads in all the zones, but nothing so strong that I would call it a main story questline. There are some big questlines that have like big lore implications. The missing diplomat questline where Varian is abducted and we figure out like a Nixia, her whole deal. Like there are like major quest lines that have big plot implications, but nothing like an MSQ. The best way to think about vanilla era questing is like the world is the main character. The main character is the world, and the stories told are stories about the zones that you're in. Which was when WoW was at its best. Every step it took towards trying to have like a expansion-specific narrative, the game kind of just got worse. We have 9 out of 10 turtle meat. What are the odds that this guy drops our last piece? Apparently not very good. Can you play with someone from another server? Yes and no. In Classic Era, there are server clusters. In Retail, most things are cross-realm. So if you're playing Modern WoW, then grouping up with somebody can be done cross-realm, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. If you are playing Classic Era, some servers are clustered together, so you have a server cluster, which is a group of servers that are all interconnected, and anybody playing on that cluster could play together. But you would have to know like what server cluster you were on, and you'd have to at least be on the same cluster. Modern WoW is much better when it comes to just like your server doesn't really matter, and you can do like pretty much everything cross-realm. Our inventory is full. Not really surprising at this point. Am I gonna do the leveling in the War Within? I did the leveling in the War Within. In fact, my character's level cap. And I'm gonna continue reading the story quest and stuff, like, slowly over time. I just put out a video yesterday that continues the series. But yeah, I'm gonna play little bits of the War Within just to read the quest in the recorded series. But I'm probably not gonna play it super frequently, and no plans right now to get on the daily or weekly grind. It just doesn't really interest me. The game does not want us to be done killing turtles. It demands that more turtles must be slain. You'd think one of them would have meat. They look pretty beefy. It is a really bad drop, you're right. Yeah, it's one of the best times in the game is just grinding on 1,000,000 turtles to get 5 pieces of meat to drop. It's bad, yeah. Maybe I'm slaying only female turtles and they don't have meat. I don't know. I think that they would have meat either way. I think that's how meat works. Yep, it's one of those times, like, you know, like, we're getting a lot of kill XP. There we go, we got it. This wasn't too bad. It could have been worse. You know, we had some competition in the beginning, but our competition went away. So, but yeah, this one took us a long time. And now that we've killed 1,000,000,000 turtles, we have 1,000,000,000 pieces of meat. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks of tangy clam meat that we have to cook. Which means we need 45 hot spices. I probably shouldn't... Yeah, I guess we should just make all of them and sell them. We're probably not going to get skill ups for all of it. Probably only going to get skill ups for like 10 or 15 of them, if I had to guess. But yeah, we'll do that. I think we have to go to Menethil Harbor to find a cooking vendor. Because yeah, not only do we need stuff, but to finish the quest, we have to have Soothing Spice. And from what I can tell, there's not a trade goods vendor anywhere in Southshore. So we'll at least have to go back to Menethil Harbor, possibly even Ironforge, depending on if there's a trade goods vendor in Menethil or not. My coffee is gone. So also pretty soon here we're gonna have to have a little 10-minute break-a-rooney so I can refill my coffee and refill my water and probably get a snack. Getting kind of hungry. Is Paladin good for PvP? If you're good at it and you're good at PvP, it probably is. You have a lot of survivability, you have bubbles, you have lay on hands, you have stuns. You have buttons to push to, like, escape from things. Yeah, I think it could be good for PvP if you knew what you were doing. But, like, basically anything can be good if you know how to play it. Yeah, oh yeah, Ironforge will have blacksmithing recipes. Right. We need to check that too. What is this? Mountain lions. Okay, I'll grab this for later so we can keep an eye on it. Level 34. Let's vendor any junk we have just to make a little bit of room. Oh man, I wish we'd have got here sooner. I think we need these guys to unlock a quest. Yeah, Assassin's Contract. And they only appear every so often. Sucks that we couldn't tag them. Alright, yeah, so for now, let's just fly back to Ironforge. We can certainly find a cooking trainer there. We can certainly do some blacksmithing there. But before we do any of that stuff, I'm going to take a break.
Greetings.
I'm going to put us in flight. Down to Ironforge, and I'm going to take like 10 minutes or so and just have a little break, get something to eat. Let's see, the time right now is, it's about 3 o'clock my time. So yeah, I'll be back by 3:15 Eastern time. We'll take like a 10 or 15 minute break. There we go. I will pin that to the chat, and I will see you guys on the flip side. Alright, we are back.
What's on your mind?
Alright, so we have a recipe that we can use our iron on, but we need heavy grinding stones. Which I can only make 5. So let's do that.
Be good.
And then I need green dye. Valerie, thank you so much for the membership. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Where would I get green dye? Why is Ironforge so loud? There we go. I guess I just need a regular trade goods vendor. I guess that's where I would get green dye. I would also get the stuff we need for cooking, hot spices, and then we also need the soothing spices. So where would I be looking to find just a regular trade goods vendor? The green dye might come from the tailor merchant. Oh, yeah, maybe. Okay, so it is a tailor vendor for the dye. Alright, let's go to the cooking vendor for the spices that we need.
What's on your mind? Safe travels. I have the finest wires in the land.
So that's for the quest, and then I need hot spice? Hot spices. We'll make this until it goes gray. Once it went green right away. Yeah, we'll make as many as we can, and we'll just see. When it goes gray, I'll just sell the rest. Once it's gray, we can't get skill ups, so. Yeah, this guy had no recipe. Well, let's see what these are. This is sagefish, which I don't fish. Yeah, it's 2 different fishing recipes, and I have not been fishing. So I'm not sure. My bags are dead. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to sell like everything just to clean my bags out. My bags are toasted. Alright, so, like, what can I sell? I gotta sell, like, a lot of stuff. We have to sell most things. Lion meat can go. I'm gonna sell most of the stuff we just made. Leatherworking, I don't need that. I'm gonna get rid of just the rest of the meat. Yeah, like, every time I keep putting greens on the auction house, guys, and they don't sell. And so, like, I can mail these to an alt. We talked about just, like, mailing them to a bank alt to be disenchanted later down the line. So maybe I'll do that. Small lustrous pearl, iridescent pearls. I feel like maybe these ones sell in the auction house. The small ones really don't. Turtle meat I have to keep for the quest. Spice bread can go. Jade, I feel like I need these for some blacksmithing patterns. Let's see. We can't sell the turtle meat. Small mana potions can go. Naga scales, shiny fish scale, murloc fins. A wand. Crocolisk meat we don't need. Nope, I need those so that I can make the heavy weight stone.
Safe travels.
That's really all I can do. I mean, I'm gonna throw some stuff in the bank, I guess. Ashley, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we'll put some things in the bank. We'll check the auction house for the iridescent pearls. I'll put this on the auction house, or like I'll just send it to my bank alt. I need to get on my bank alt, and I need to buy more bag slots, like in my bank, and put more bags in the bank, just so I can store more stuff. And we never found the tailor supplies. Tailor supplies are like, yeah, we were right by them. Not a big surprise. We still haven't been able to sell the Scale of Onyxia. We'll check the price for that today. Your friends are making you feel like it's a waste of time to play Era and you should play retail. Any tips? Get better friends. But mainly just play what you enjoy. Like, if you're gonna get more enjoyment out of playing with your friends, then I guess you gotta go play retail. If you're just looking for a game to play to have fun and you don't really care, then you should keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, the games are made for different people. Like, it's a completely different type of game, it's a completely different vibe, they're two different games, they're not the same at all. They're so different that there's not even any use, like, comparing them. Okay, yeah, let's check iridescent pearls. I mean, we could sell them for a gold apiece. That's not bad. There you go. Yeah, just chill in Discord. You can still hang out even if you're playing different games. It's good.
I've the finest wares in the land. Be good.
These might sell on the auction house. 8 strength, 8 stamina. Level 26. It's crazy how long some of the patterns in vanilla take to actually craft. Peak gameplay. Patrick, thank you so much, man, for the $25 super chat. That's amazing, man. That's a lot of support. Thank you so much. It doesn't get any better than this. It's all downhill from here. Nah, I mean, TBC was really good. Okay, just that part. I was gonna say, to be fair, TBC and Wrath were still pretty good. It's not that it didn't go downhill, though. Some things did go downhill. But still good. Yeah, that you need to find better friends, buddy. Or at least friends with better opinions. Yeah. That's like a really weak opinion. It's an auto attack simulator. Every class in Classic Era is actually unique. And every class in Retail is basically exactly the same thing. Like, when you think about what a class does when it runs into trouble, and in Classic Era, running into trouble is like pulling 3 or 4 mobs. That's trouble. In Retail, trouble is pulling like 30 or 40 mobs. And they're all elites. But when a class runs into trouble in Classic Era, every class handles that differently and uses very different abilities. And in Retail, when a class runs into trouble, every single class does the exact same thing. They all push their biggest AoE DPS buttons, they blow any cooldowns they have, they pop all their defensives because everybody has them, they pop heals as necessary because everybody has heals, they pop all their stuns because everybody has stuns. And every class in Retail is going to handle an oh shit moment the same exact way. It's just going to look a little different on the screen and the buttons are going to be called different things. But in Classic Era, every single class has to handle a situation like that completely differently. Like, on a Warrior, you're going to pop Recklessness, you're going to try to DPS things down as fast as you can and crank damage. On a Mage, you're going to freeze the enemies in place, you're going to blink away, you're going to lay down Blizzard, you're going to kite the enemies as they're slowed, and you're going to whittle them down. On a Warlock, you're going to dot them all up and fear them, and dot them some more, and keep them feared, and keep them dotted, and keep your pet going. On a Paladin, you're going to focus them down one at a time, while using bubbles and heals to keep yourself alive, etc, etc. Every class in Classic is unique, and therefore it handles gameplay completely differently. And that's like the biggest appeal of Classic, is like you can play all the different classes, and the gameplay you're getting is always unique. It's not like a homogenized thing where like every class has the same buttons with a different skin. And that's basically the point that Retail's at. Let's see. Okay, so can we do anything else? Okay, we can make one more of these now. For bronze, we don't have any silver. I thought I put some silver in the bank at some point. Maybe I should check that. For the greatsword, we could do a greatsword for a couple skill ups. We would need strong flux. We could make 2 of these.
What's on your mind? Watch your back. How are you?
Alright, that's nice. We opened up green iron bracers and the green iron helmets. Speaking of helmet, it's not better, but it's pretty good. But it's not bad. It's got more stamina.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, so it really looks like we're starting to get heavy into the iron stuff. which I hope means that we'll need less and less copper.
Here there.
I do have silver.
Be good.
Yeah, it's only one more skill up. But I guess we'll just go do it.
You got my attention. Off with you. What can I do for you? Safe trap?
What level can you equip helmets? I think we get helmets around like level 25? Level 20? This one's level 28. We might have went a little while like without a helmet. Because I think they open up at like 25 or so. Maybe even as low as like level 20. Similar to shoulders. I'm gonna try to put these on the auction house and see if we can sell them. I haven't really had any luck with selling any of the stuff that we craft, but I'll give it a shot. Yeah, like 8 stamina, 8 strength is pretty good. I'm gonna sell them for like just like 50 silver, which is like almost what they vendor for, I think. And if I can't sell them for that, then I'll probably just vendor stuff from now on.
Well met.
Let's go back to Southshore to turn in the Soothing Turtle Bisque quest.
Safe.
John, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. He had to interview me for a school assignment. Do we play WoW together? No, my son is 9, so he's into other games. Like Pokemon, Minecraft, like kids games. He has played WoW, but it's not something he's interested in.
Good day to you. See you around.
Alright, from here, I think we'll go over to the Arathi Highlands. We have a Northfold Manor quest, like level 31 quest we can do over that way.
Well met. Light.
I'm getting close to 29,000 subs in like 4 more weeks. I might hit it in 4 more weeks. Yeah. At the rate we're going, I will hit 100,000 subs by the time I'm 75. I don't plan on living that long. But if I do, yeah, that's how old I'll be when I hit 100,000 subs. So I don't really look at like I don't really look at sub count. I'm happy to like have the sub count that I have, but I don't look at it anymore. It's one of my slowest growing metrics. It doesn't really grow. So like after a while you just can't look at it. Yeah, there was a period of time where like it was like pretty quick growth. Like the growth was like good until like around like 20,000, 25,000. It really we capped out. The YouTube algorithm capped out on me, and I just don't find a lot of new people anymore. Part of it is like, you know, a lot of it's the algorithm and like what's hot right now, and like it determines like what's gonna pop up in people's feeds.
What can I do for you?
Obviously I play a lot of Classic, and Classic is not like an extraordinarily popular game right now, so.
Step on up. Have a good one.
Does it seem exponential? No, it's slow. It's like a trickle. It's kind of like a trickle. It is great. It's just that once you reach a certain point, like I think every channel has like an upward, has like a plateau. Like I'm definitely at a plateau, and it's a nice plateau to be at because some people plateau at numbers that are much smaller than mine. But at the same time, like it never feels great to hit that plateau. Like I don't think it matters like no matter what level you're at. When you see like growth plateau, like it just never is like a great feeling. I really have to find a cooking trainer that has actual recipes for me, because nobody seems to really have recipes. Maybe I need to visit the Pig and Whistle back in Stormwind City. gonna pop these elixirs. The enemies out here are actually pretty tough. Achieve mode, it's an interesting idea. Like I'm interested in that kind of approach as well. Just like one day trying like a straight grind character. It would have to be sometime like probably far into the future for me. Long after this character is capped. And I probably couldn't follow a guide. I'd probably just have to like pick and choose like where I wanted to level up for like, you know, variety of zone, variety of mobs. I'd probably try to like carve my own path. Andrew, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Can you tame spiders? You absolutely can tame spiders. Yeah, on a hunter. Yeah, you can have a spider pet. You can have a scorpion pet. Lots of different pet variety for hunters. I don't really know if I need to be fighting level 36 spiders. Hunter's one of the most played classes. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Hunter is a very played class. Definitely one of the most played classes. As good as the mace is, we should probably be looking for its replacement. Like, we need to be scoping out the auction house to see, like, what are we gonna put in its place? Like, at what level can we expect it, and how much is it gonna cost? And can we afford it? The answer to can we afford it is probably gonna be no. But we should get an idea of, like, what's out there for us. Did I ever find the trade goods vendor in Southshore? No, as far as I can tell, it didn't have one. We ended up going to Ironforge and getting what we needed. I couldn't find one in Southshore. Maybe there is one, maybe they're hidden. There were a couple different profession like vendors, but there were no like general trade good vendors that we found, at least. Okay, 2 of them. These guys have kind of been beating on me a little bit. We're probably gonna have to lay on hands here. Yeah, let's lay on hands. He's in the last building heading towards the Flight Master. Okay. Oh, it's where the guy with the Yeti quest is at. Okay, I think that's probably the one building we didn't look in. So that makes sense. general goods is upstairs in the same building. Yeah, that's the one building we didn't go into. So there we go. We learn something new every day. Yeah, you'd think you can ask a guard. Yeah. Back in the day, they could probably only program the guards to have so many locations. It was probably like a technology limitation of the 2000s. I have Questie. To be fair, I could have used Questie, I think. Let's see. Yeah, see, I could have used Questie. We could have tracked trade goods. And that probably would have done it. So we had options, I just didn't use them. How was my War Within stream yesterday? I didn't stream War Within yesterday. I put out a recorded video yesterday. That's part of the questing series, and it did very poorly, as War Within content tends to do on the channel. But I did not stream it. Yeah, I'm not streaming retail anymore. Any retail stuff I do will be put out as a recorded video. Yep, I will leave the streaming of retail to people who enjoy retail a lot more than I do. And I will record the small parts that I get any enjoyment out of, and that's how we'll handle that. Alright, that one is done. Is the ore tracker on? Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, it seems like this would be a good place for there to be ore, but we didn't come across a lot of it, did we? Yeah, it actually is on. We found like 1 node on the way out, and we found like 0 nodes on the way back. And you would expect, for as rugged as the terrain is, that there'd be a little bit more. But yeah, it's been pretty dry. I think we'll find a lot more in Stranglethorn.
Well met.
Strangely, you'd think you'd find more ore in a place called the Highlands than you would in Stranglethorn Vale, but
Be careful.
the opposite seems true.
See you around.
I don't think I'm going to take any other quest here right now. That was really the only thing I wanted to do here for the time being. Oh, see, we had a superior tradesman right here. What does he have? Roast Raptor. Okay, yeah. Let's grab Roast Raptor. And see, are we getting, yeah, the raptor meat, I hope? Maybe? Possibly? No. Yes, raptor flesh and hot spices. Okay. We could farm some raptor flesh for a bit to keep our cooking going. That's not a bad idea. Like, some of the raptors around here, like level 32, level 34, it's like pretty decent grinding range. I feel like that would be okay. And then, like, I would say we could also look for ore, but again, we just haven't had a lot of luck with that. I really think that quest-wise, our next step is probably to head into Stranglethorn, but I kind of want it to be level 34, honestly. And we didn't quite make it to 34. I'm trying to think if there's any place else that we should do some questing prior to going into Stranglethorn. Like, anywhere we could do, like, level 25 to 30 quests that I haven't been to. But I think we've done some questing in most zones. What server are we on? We're on the Whitemane server. Yeah, the stuff in the Shimmering Flats is a very similar level to the stuff that you open with in Stranglethorn Vale. It's like level 31 to level 34 stuff. Like, we're gonna go there eventually. Like, the Shimmering Flats will be an area that we do. Do we do it before we go into Stranglethorn? I think some of the Stranglethorn stuff, at least the intro stuff, is a bit lower. So I think what we'd probably do the intro stuff in Stranglethorn, like do like the first round of Kill Quest, maybe the first 2 rounds of Kill Quest, before and then maybe we go to Shimmering Flats sometime around like level 35. Because I'd like to go to Shimmering Flats and like do everything there and not have to go back. And I think in order to do that, we're going to want to be higher than like level 32. Like, we're probably going to want to be level 35 or level 36. Just to get all of it done in one go. Guitar Junkie, happy Monday, man. Welcome to the stream. Do I like Warcraft Chronicle 1 and 2? Yeah, I do. I've read them twice now. And this last time I read them, I actually retained a little bit of information from them. I'm working my way through Chronicle 3, but Chronicle 3 is a lot of, like, events that I know from the games. Chronicle 3 gets into, like, Warcraft 3 lore and stuff like that. So, like, a lot of Chronicle 3, like, I already know. And not as interesting as, like, the far-flung past that you get in Chronicles 1 and 2. But still good. Yeah, if you're new to Warcraft, like just in general, the Chronicle books tell the entire history of the Warcraft setting. Like, it takes you all the way back. It's like, takes you back to creation. And it walks you forward from creation. And you see the entire history of not only Azeroth, but Draenor, where the orcs came from originally. So yeah, like, absolutely, like, great reading if you're someone who's just getting into Warcraft and you find the setting, like, engaging and interesting. Yeah, that's, like, the best way to go. Yeah, we're gonna do Thousand Needles, like I said, level 35 or so. We'll do Thousand Needles. By Thousand Needles, I mean Shimmering Flats, because like the rest of Thousand Needles is basically just Horde side. And the only stuff we can really do on Alliance side is like in the Shimmering Flats. But we'll do it. The Raptors here, no Thrash, the greatest hardcore character killer spell. Is it? I feel like Fireballs kill most hardcore characters. Like Fireballs anywhere between levels like 20 to 40. Is Thrash like a bleed? I mean, everything here is pretty tough. These are all like pretty tough fights. The good thing is we're getting pretty decent kill XP. Biggest killer, falling. Yeah, probably. It's either fire or falling. Drowning. Definitely read Chronicles first. Yeah, like I've only read the Exploring Azeroth series. I've only read Eastern Kingdoms, and I was not, after having read Chronicle, I wasn't super impressed. I never picked up Exploring Kalimdor. I never picked up any of the other exploring books. I think eventually I'll grab Exploring Northrend and maybe some of the other ones, but I wasn't super impressed with Eastern Kingdoms. And then I heard really negative things about Exploring Kalimdor. And so I never picked up Exploring Kalimdor, and I didn't pick up any of the other ones. But I think eventually I will. But Chronicle is definitely... The Chronicle are the best. Like, Chronicle is where you want to start, and that's like... And then once you read Chronicle, don't expect that level of polish or quality of writing from any of the other books. Because they don't have the same level of, like, artistic, like, quality or writing quality. The exploring books, they're not as good. Like, plain and simple. They're just not as good. Angelic Slayer, good morning and welcome to the stream, buddy. I appreciate you being here. John Rex, thank you for the membership, man. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the membership and for hanging out with us today. Oh, look at this. Our second iron node in the zone. It's too bad they didn't have a recipe for, like, the spider parts. Otherwise, we can just kill spiders and raptors. Oh man, when they group up on us, they can do a ton of damage pretty quick. I really can't tell if grinding here is efficient or not, but I feel like as a Lion side, we don't spend a lot of time in the Arathi Highlands doing quests. I feel like the Horde have more to do here. So at least this way we get to hang out here a little bit. It's pretty serene and chill as far as grinding spots go. I feel like it'd probably be better if I was like level 34 or 35. And I don't know if I'll be able to grind out all of 34 this way. We might just have to go into Stranglethorn a little bit earlier than I wanted to. But I think overall we did pretty good. I think we took the Night Elf Warrior went into Stranglethorn at like level 32. So we got a level further than that, which is good. Yeah, the soundtrack here is nice. It is a very chill place. I really like the aesthetic of it. And it's a small zone and there's not a lot of questing that happens here. And most of the questing that does happen requires you to go into Stromgarde Keep. Like, there's a lot of elite quests back here. Aside from that, like on the Alliance side, like we did the one quest. We have the Princess Trapped quest, and then we have a quest to do over in the Troll Village, and that's pretty much it. Whereas on the Horde side, you get multiple quests to kill raptors. I think you get a quest to kill spiders. The Horde just have a few more quests here. But like, nobody does a lot here. Oh, I think the Horde also go after the ogres. I kind of wish there was just a little bit more Alliance questing. The ogres are good for grinding too. Yeah, there's ogres here. And then I think there might also be ogres down this way. Yeah, I think they're in two different spots. Yeah, ogres are level 32. With the raptors, I'm like grinding on them, but I'm also getting the raptor flesh for cooking. Speaking of, we got 11. I mean, that's pretty good. Probably need like a bunch more. Yeah, these physical guys are great. They really can't do a lot of damage to us. So like, this would be a good enemy to grind on because they do little tiny bits of damage. We got ore. Oh, I didn't see it pop up. Possibly somebody grabbed it? Oh, nope, it's inside the mound. What is it? It's a gold vein. Oh, I don't even know if I can do gold. But we're gonna find out. That's the first gold vein that I've seen. I don't know what the skill is required to get gold. We have a 159. I have a feeling gold's gonna be like 160 or 170. And also, like, maybe somebody's in there. Like, maybe somebody... Oh no, there it is. I probably shouldn't just like run in there all gung-ho. We should probably proceed carefully. Is damage done to me turned off? Do you mean like floating combat text popping off of me with damage? Yeah, I turned that off. I didn't like how it was kind of just like filling up the frame. I got the damage numbers are still down here. Like the damage numbers appear like on my character portrait when I get hit, but I turned off the scrolling text. I just didn't like how it looked. I caught a VOD once, like just to do an audio check, and I just hated how it looked. These guys have demoralizing shout. Reduce melee attack power by 66. That's not good. They do it like constantly. I'm not exactly sure where this guy came from. I blinked and then he was running up on us. Okay, we can get this. Like, I don't know what the skill is, but it's orange. If it's orange, we can do it. That's exciting. Achievemo, enjoy, man. Enjoy. Now I want a burger. I don't do chicken sandwiches from places, but now I want a burger. A nice, juicy burger. We got iron around the corner here. Somewhere. This is not a great position for us to be in. I am gonna do this. I don't know if maybe we die here. This might be a rip. We just got in a little bit over our head. Yeah, I can't keep myself alive. I'm out of mana! I went If only we hadn't gone we would have lived. Thankfully, we're not, like, too far away. Oh, man. Oh. See, like, on a Paladin, you can stay alive forever until you run out of mana. And that's it. Also, like, man, Flash heal. Flash of Light heals for, like, basically nothing. Heals the target for 102 to 117. Is that really the best rank that we have? Yeah, that's not great. Oh, we got if we put rank 5 of Holy Light out, that might help. That's going to eat more mana though, but it's going to be a bigger heal. Let's put rank 4 down here. Okay. I hope the iron is still there. Alright, that's a bummer because that eats our elixirs, that eats our buff food. Let's go ahead and put the elixirs back up. If I can find them in my inventory. There we go. Let's eat some buff food. And let's try not to die again. It looks like somebody came in here and somebody grabbed our iron node. We were dead for like a minute and a half. And in a minute and a half's time, somebody got in here. And they grabbed the ore. That's a bummer. Hey, at least we got the gold. That's our first gold, so... Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, we're not tracking. We're not tracking. It's still here. We're not tracking. Big brain. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Am I ever going to remember? Probably not. Probably not. At least I figured it out. Am I playing on a European server? No, this is a state server. This is Whitemane, which is a US East or US West PvP server. Yeah, it's been a constant thing of mine too. I think I remembered one time, and I was like really proud of myself that one time I remembered to do it. Every other time, I forget. There might be a note outside. Yeah, we'll check. We're gonna get out of here now. I don't think there's gonna be anything else in here, but maybe we'll just clear our way around. An add-on that turns them on, yeah, like something that flips them back on. Yeah, if you're in the EU, you want to play on Firemaw. Firemaw is your big server in the EU, and if you play on Firemaw, it won't be dead. But again, Firemaw is a PvP realm. It turns out that like most of the popular realms end up being PvP realms. Just how it is. Any horde problems today? No, not really. Did we get ganked today? I don't think we've even been ganked today. I don't think we've been ganked a single time today. If we were, it happened early and I already forgot. Yeah, there is something out here. Esme, that's awesome. Yeah, it's great. You're gonna really enjoy it. It's awesome. Now the question is like, how am I gonna get to the ore? Maybe it's really easy. Yeah, it turns out it's really easy. I was just way overthinking it. Yeah, all the artwork is amazing. Like every part of the Chronicle books, like super high quality. Really good writing. The writing is really good. The art is really good. The page layouts are great. Like it's masterclass for lore books. Yeah, the Chronicle books are definitely worth reading, even in an era when like the current team, like they didn't really use the lore to its full potential. And like when you read Chronicle, one of the things that happens is like firstly you realize like what Warcraft used to be like. It gives you a really clear vibe for like what the setting used to be like prior to Cataclysm. Like the setting used to have a completely different vibe to it. And Chronicle really like dials you into that vibe. And you also can kind of see, like if you play retail at all, like you also kind of see how over time they kind of wasted a lot of the lore, and also how like answering the questions of like mystery and history often make things seem like less. It kind of diminishes things when we start getting all of the answers. And when there was more mystery in the setting and everything wasn't solved for, it was a lot more immersive and intriguing. Yeah, they're often really cheap on Amazon. I think I got Chronicle 3 for like $24. They're like $60 books, and they would be worth $60 a piece, but they're never on sale for that much. The sale price on Amazon is always really low compared to the actual like MSRP value of the books. Especially considering that like you'd almost think they would be hard to get nowadays, because a lot of them were published back in like 2012, 2013 era. But yeah, they still have them and they're relatively cheap. Yeah, I would say it's definitely worth 60. I never paid 60 for any of them. I think I usually pay around 30, and then Chronicle 3 I got really cheap. There are 4 Chronicle books. The 4th Chronicle book was written very recently. It was just published like a month or so ago. And I haven't read Chronicle 4 yet. Chronicle 4, I think, handles events Mist of Pandaria and after. And, you know, I haven't read it yet. I heard some not so awesome things about Chronicle 4. That were very specific to how it handled the events that happened in Battle for Azeroth and the timeline of those events. I guess the timeline of events they lay out in Chronicle 4 is very different than what players experienced when they played Battle for Azeroth, like in the game. But I haven't read Chronicle 4 yet, but yeah, there are 4 Chronicle books. And then they have the Exploring Azeroth series, which I think also has like 4 books, but the Exploring Azeroth books are nowhere near as good as the Chronicle books. At least Chronicles 1 through 3. You love how I never get past level 50, and I'm failing. I'm never failing to min-max the game. Cool. I love that too. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have I ever got past 50 in vanilla? Yeah. Human priest. Yeah, Athos got past level 50. Good times. Yeah, like, honestly, like, even if I get to level 60, I'm never gonna min-max the game. Like, I'm still just gonna play the way I play. What does min-max mean? Is it bad? I mean, min-max just refers to, like, doing the most optimal thing at any point in time. Like, just super optimizing your gameplay. I think in retail, like min-maxing just refers to like doing the end game content as efficiently as possible, whereas in classic era, like the end game is just basically raids. So like there are ways to min-max, but it's not as important or as prevalent. You're definitely allowed to have your opinion. I don't really care about it, but you're definitely entitled to it. Which begs the question, why are you here?
How are you?
Alright, what do I need to cook the raptor meat? I need hot spices. I have mail. I do have mail. Yeah, we might have sold something. What did I put up on the auction house? I put the scale of Onyxia up. And I put some greens up. Where's their campfire? There we go. Do we have a mailbox here? We do not have a mailbox here. Yeah, we got no mailbox here. We'll have to go back to where there's a mailbox to see what's up. We will see.
What can I do for you?
Alex, good afternoon, man. How's Monday been? It's been great. We have had a great stream. It has been awesome. I really appreciate you guys being here for it and hanging out with me today, but I am out of time for today. I was actually out of time a little while ago. So I am going to hearth us back to the inn. We'll check the mailbox real quick, but I do have to go. Thank you guys very much for all of the support. Let's see. We sold something for 1 gold. I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, guys, thank you. We will be back tomorrow, probably around the same time. And we will continue our journey. I think tomorrow we will step into Stranglethorn for the first time on this character. So that should be exciting. Plenty of ganking awaiting us, no doubt. Thank you guys again. Take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other. Have a great rest of your afternoon or evening. And we will see you back here next time. Bye for now.